And good morning. Good morning. Just finishing up some little things here. Toss and announce over there. Good morning. Abdelatif Dev. Good morning. How you doing? Let's get this over here. All right. So, uh-oh. I can't show you guys that stuff. It's okay. All right. There we go. We are almost there. A little slow today. Okay. Now, I didn't make any progress on this so far. From the last stream, that is. We made a little progress, but it wasn't all that we hoped. There were still some issues. In order to get the first pieces working, we're going to just comment out the rest of this here. Focus on these two. So we are going to focus on getting stuff copied over into MiniFlare. And I am so tempted to actually do this in Rust instead of this here. So we could do this in Rust as part of the build process. Toss up maybe like a little build.rs file. Do we have one already? Build.js. We don't have a build.rs. So we could do that. As part of the build process, make sure that things are just copied over to the MiniFlare build directory. Or not build, KV store. There is something nice about that, and that it's always there. All right. I want to do one thing first. I want to get this working for one page, at least one page. And the way that we're going to do that is first we're going to delete all the MiniFlare state. Bye-bye. All right. Then the other thing we will do is have to import that. What was that? Was that in here? We're going to import this page here. And then we'll do the same thing for settings, for the site settings. Is that settings? Site settings.json. Now the location for this is settings. Oh, it's site config. There. Just like so. That produced two files for us. Oh, interesting. Interesting that it didn't have the underscore. So that slash is a little different. All right, If we can find Firefox. There we go. We just want the login page. Page not found. Our logs here. See, we're getting one of these configs, but the other. Oh. Why is that? Oh, it looks like we did get both. This one here looks like did get both. Interesting. So why did we get a 404? There's something else going on. All right, let's check the code. We ended up not getting a match back from pages. We go into our page handler. Here, we ended up in this one. The load KV is supposed to return a sum page for this. Come in here into merge config. Yeah, doing all right today, Hal. Thank you. How are you doing? How are you? How do we do this? Oh, that's a JSys object. Okay. Stressful, but watching me battling the rust beast is calming you down. Oh. So in Rust, how do we take a bool to a stir? Oh, we could do display on it. Oh, two string should work. There we go. So we have site, and then we also want page. All right. So we got a fetch. We logged our result here. And the dine into is failing. That I don't believe. Just having a hard time with that one. That this is failing. Because we see it. We see those values. And that was false, wasn't it? No, it is. Uh, uh. False, 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 false. These look fine. Those should be objects. We're fetching them, expecting them to become objects. It's not happening. In which case we hit this, the none, and it's not handled. So, where is this happening? Is it right here? That should just, oh, that's a future. And that's async. Okay, so we have to log that inside the function. But we see the result. Is this failing? All right. So if it's failing, who's false? Oh no. Who's false? It's not something. So for whatever reason, this is failing. The dine into here, and we're trying to go into whatever this t is. And that t here in this case is an object, a JSys object. It's saying no, can't do it, won't do it. Why? This does look like a valid JavaScript object. So close this. Go. Is there a difference between mini flare and this? Oh, this must be the different. There must be something different there. I gotta switch up the tunes. See. All right. Well, that is unfortunate. Maybe you brought it with you. Yeah, it seems to be better now. All right. I'm wondering if there's some sort of fundamental difference between Cloudflare and MiniFlare, in that this code just doesn't work on MiniFlare. This dine into should work for this. I mean, here, let's say we have let's result equal to some object. That's a JS value. We're going to take this JS value into an object. It was true. That worked. Wait, it's whoa. Why? Well, it's an object, obviously, but in one case, storage get with options is returning something different. Okay. How do we get the type of the result here? Rid of that, okay. true. Thus far, I mean, that little iteration there is much faster than we had before. If we could get this working in both places, I would be willing to spend some time getting that working. Okay, so what is different between these? Right here, we know it's an object, right? It's just blatant. It's an object. Right? Here, this result, we have no clue. Argo doc. We haven't done this in a while. I'm gonna go ahead and clean off some of these here. like, like what could it be that for whatever reason doesn't want to dine into an object? And can a map not go? Like, what is it? Why? Especially when we can see that it had an object, wherever it was. Here somewhere. Yeah, here. And this is the result. We can see what it is, right? So JSON stringifies it to something that looks like an object. Move this over. Docs in the right place. Let's go look and see object. The map is there. So we could say object is type of, is prototype of. Map is type of. I like a class name. I want to know what your prototype chain is. So if we look at JS value, maybe JS value has some symbol. Creates a new JS symbol. Is instance of. All right. Well, let's do the is instance of. Yeah, and we have to give it a type. Um, It is not an instance of an object. Really? Like, there's that. It's false. Just gonna guess. All right. So we're gonna toss a couple different values in here and just check to see what is it. Oh, you know what? We could probably just do a whole bunch of them. Yeah, map is also false. Let's do a quick Google search. So Node.js, we know this is a Node.js instance. WASM, Rust, into fails, or object. Let's go look at the source. What is this actually returning? Get with options. So mini flare, GitHub, source, durable object. No, this is from key value, isn't it? We're not in durable object. Favor symbols over weak maps. Interesting. Storage, cache, storage. Those seem like the different kinds of storage. Oh, look at that. Get. Return correctly typed value. So what is the type here? It's the type, validate, get type. Oh, look at this. This is so fancy. We get the type, get it out of storage. So it should have been this one. And it could have been readable stream, but I doubt it. Because when we do a fetch here, we pass in the kind, right? Here. So we do a get with options. And when we pass in the options, we have type text, JSON, array buffer, etc. stream, right? And so we're passing in object, fetch for object. So our get kind is JSON. So when this comes through and we convert to get type, that should be JSON, which will return whatever this is. What is that? What does JSON.parse return? An object, right? Well, yeah, I was thinking in this case where this is the actual text, right? So here we stringified whatever it was, right? So in this case, it should be an object. It should not be a string. I mean, is it? Because that's the other thing it could be. We're just stringifying a string. There's no quotes on it though, so it's not a string. That must be an object. That must. And thank you for the follow. Like Antu. Good morning. So why would a dine into fail? Self that has type. Huh. This method will dynamically check to see if this object can be cast to the JS object of type T. Usually this uses the instance of operator. It also works with primitive types like Boolean strings and numbers, as well as cross-realm objects like array, which can originate from their iframes. Huh. I'm guessing it might be a symbol. Or some sort of like a weak reference or something, right? I didn't see how. Um, we can say is type of. We get the type ID. Uh, That's just the Rust one. Good morning, Dad. What's that? How you doing? That is extremely annoying. I agree. All right. If we look at the source one more time here, this is how we convert it to these other types. We end up with a buffer here, the KV value type. It should be coming through here. I guess it might be a readable stream. Or an array buffer. Nope, false. We need like a own type of. So we can get prototype of. That returns an object. And that object we could do a toString on? Yes. Let's try that. What's it? Reflect? Unless I'm in no core. We use core. We use core. All right, let's try that. Empty object. Can we do a toString instead? I'm hoping to get like object to object or something. Unreachable. Oh, object to object. Okay. uh, but only if this is something from so if we create an object and dine cast or dine into that, it's fine. If this thing looks like an object, smells like an object, it's Can't dine into object. Is there something like super fancy going on here? Like, let's go back one. Okay. Here, storage.get. KV durable object, KV filtered, KV namespace. Does Node understand TypeScript? Like, does Node understand all this? Or is this transpiled? It doesn't. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So we're currently in namespace. Just get with metadata. Fine. Put, delete, list. Nothing else in there. So it must be the durable object one. Storage.get. It's not the namespace. Ah, stop it. It could be filtered. Let's try here though. What, TSON? What is TSON? So if it's an array, we do one thing. Otherwise, do this dot get, which I think was just up here. Yep. This returns buffers. Hey, Slater Yosei, how you doing? Yeah, that's right. We're doing them all. Doing them all. I think we had some VBA over in another tab somewhere. Where was that? But is there anything in here? Map of results. So if an array is passed, if an array is not passed, that, okay. Here's our get. Internal symbol, internals. Should have just used straight C. uh, I wonder what this is here. Buffers. This is interesting. What is this? Is this an array? Okay, this here. I'm guessing that we're actually getting something back that is like some fancy references or something that we can't actually take directly to an object. Let me see. I wonder is all right. Here we go. We're gonna ping Mr. Bebot. Um, so we're gonna do a get with options. I'm gonna decorate this here, and we will we'll add some comments here so that we can just take a screenshot and I can send it off to Mr. Bebot. Um, all right, let's grab that. All right. All right, so let's give him the rundown here. I'm fetching an element, an object, something from KV. I'm fetching from. Is Mr. Bebot a bot? I don't know. I mean, Mr. Bebot has made mini flare. He might be fetching an object from KV. When casting it to a JS object, fails. This works in Cloudflare. Uncanny Valley AI? Absolutely. You gotta go? All right. Slater, thank you for dropping in. And sorry that, we're not doing the more interesting stuff today, but I like to give people the whole experience. The digging the pit, all that other good stuff, managing the build systems. We do it all here. I actually try to encourage other people to do more of the boring stuff on stream. Let's see. Let's go back. We're gonna go back to Or was it dine? Yeah, yeah. Dine into, which does a has type. So it's basically failing that is instance of check, right? Trying to find more information that we can give. Right. Is there any sort of magic in that return type that will keep it from being a JS object? Let's go ahead and give that a restart. I don't. Here. Stringify is just fine. See, if we did an unchecked into, right, then there's no point in having the okay, right? Because it's not going to fail. Oh, you know what? Let's not ignore the error here. Who's going to be over there? Okay, I'll see okay there. Now we know whether or not it's a result. And if it is an error, we should be able to get the value. Match though. Okay. You know what? Let's just do it this way. Eventually we return none, but let's take a peek at that value before we do too much with it. All right. We'll take a little peek into that. Destructing that. Taking it apart. All right. Let's run it again. Page not found. Where's our error? Result error. What? Oh, it just gives us the object back. Oh me gusta. Ce n'est pas bon. Ringster, how you doing? All right, so that just gives us the value back. That is not what we want. I want to know why it can't cast. And is there, let's see, unchecked ref, unchecked into. Oh, interesting. Functions here. Function table. Intern memory. Ooh, look at that. Fancy. Huh. Not what we're doing though, but we do have throw stir. Let's check on Jabibot. Let's try something funky. Let's do let result equal to JSON parse, and we'll give it a string. Raw string. Hello world. Do I need? Yeah. Oop. Okay. We'll unwrap that. What was that? Unhandled rejection. Oh, that's the build stuff. Okay. Give it another go. See, that returns true. So that works too. Interesting. There must be some sort of magic going on. Can you see the JavaScript glue code? WASM bindgen is generating to do the is instance of check. There might be an issue with promise detection across realm. I was having issues getting promises to work with HTML rewriter. But the fact that the error isn't the JS feature line suggests this isn't the problem. Oh, interesting. It's unlikely the promise code, or the let's see. I can dig up the bindgen code, but So yeah, I'm expecting it to be object. All right. Oh, I know. I know. I know. Here, let's go back and grab that JSON, stuff it in there. Here. Just toss that in there. There we go. And we'll see if there's something actually in this text. I mean, what are the odds, right? Ooh, unreachable. What? What? Hey, Coda fan, how you doing? Why in the world? Whoa. Well, there's your problem. Why is this failing? Still working to make you jobless? Competition is healthy, man. Competition's healthy. In fact, and parse. Right, like, is there anything in here that is bad? It all looks good. I'm really not sure on this one. This is surprising. Really surprising. One, two. I mean, we're not seeing this JS log. Let's do that just to see. Oh, why make it serverless? Just create a better version of WordPress that still needs customers to buy my service. Sorry about that. So, why is this failing? I mean, this parses. We know it does. We've parsed that before in a browser. Well, in a browser, it's not Node, but just go back and grab one. Here's the result. There. Node. Oh, the quotes. Actually, it's not. We just pasted it in the browser console before. That's right. We did that before. What? Unexpected token colon? Oh, because of that. All right, let's come back here. Let's comment this out. Oh, I see. That. We're getting some crazy line wrap. Okay. No wonder it couldn't parse it. Okay. Um, let's find that. Style sheet. Go to the end. Join. It feels like we're missing a comma there. Here, let's. I'm gonna delete. No, let's just comment that line out. We're gonna log the result. Copy and paste that. How's my breakfast today? I haven't had breakfast. This is before breakfast. Yeah. Oh. What are those eggs and bacon waiting for? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Run it again. Now we're gonna grab this here. Here's the result. Grab that. Do I eat bacon? Yes, I do. Yeah, we have a little bit of a kind of a micro farm thing going. And that should be correctly pasted. Try it again. This should stringify. Or parse. This should parse. Reloaded? Run it. Oh, that is so messed up. That is so messed up. So if we stringified and parsed that object, would be okay. Gotta be kidding. Okay. Um, here. This is stringify result. Yeah. So this will fix it, right? Do I realize I will soon be able to compile smart contracts in WASM to be executed through the blockchain? I saw that. Yeah. Yeah, which one was that? That was I mean there's different projects that are doing that. I plugged my phone in. Go away. All right. Mismatch types. Expected stir. Found struct JS string. Yes. JS string. Can't we can do string from that. WASM for Ethereum. I see. Okay. Run it again. Wait. Result is equal to this thing. Okay. So that works. Let me explain that to Mr. Bebot. If I stringify and parse the result, I wonder what's so special about that object. Yeah, he says it's weird. Return correctly typed value. See, whatever this value is, this buffer should be coming through here anyways. I guess it's possible I'm passing some other value. What is this here? JSON. Get kind. Oh, it's lowercase. So it's just lowercase JSON. That's what we're passing in. I'm not seeing anything crazy there. It's a KV value. It's a promise to a value or null. What's the value? It's not going to take us to that. Value is a generic type. You're watching my stream. Oh, welcome. Welcome. Um, so yeah, we're looking through there. Because it looks like it's correctly converting the type here, right? Because we're passing in JSON. And then convert to type. Come in through here. JSON. This should be doing near exact what I'm doing, right? So here, let me show you. Here we are. Now, if we were to remove, let's say these here, result will get logged out, but the dynamic cast will fail. We'll come into this error case. Okay. So, storage with options should give us a future, a JS value, which we could also log out. It's going to be a promise, right? Log JS. We get the future, we await it in Rust. Print out the results. This goes through a JSON stringify, basically. Be able to print that. So all we're doing is stringifying it there. Then we do a dyn into, and if it's an error, it's going to give us the same object back. So we should see the same object here and here because it returns the value. What is T? T is anything that implements can fetch. Okay, and can fetch in this case, what we're passing it is object. So we should be able to get this object type back. And for everyone else, I'm having a side conversation with Mr. Bebot. And good morning, Sarcastic Dante. How you doing? How are you? Is object provided uh, something provided by JSS? It is. It is. So object is from JSS. Here. And this impl is just to be able to get the type to pass into get with options. We're just getting the kind. And then later we do the dynamic into or that here for T. So that should be a JSS object that we're trying to cast it to. And then we wrap it up and return it. All right. And if you want some of this code, let me know. I'm happy to copy paste this over. You're bored out of your mind, but fine nonetheless. I'm doing well, doing well. It's about time to stand up though, so I'm gonna crank the desk up on one of those hand crank desks. A little morning workout. All right. Well, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I would expect that this parse here, this parse returns an object, right? Because the value.toString here for the UTF-8 should have just returned a string. Then we do a parse. So I mean, we could do that too. We say, oh, you know what? Instead of returning an object, here we could pass text in. I'm going to force override some of this just for testing. Song reminds you of JLo. So that we get some text back instead. And then if we parse it ourselves, actually that's going to be a JS value, right? So we have to do a string from result dot. See that's a JS value there. We need to take it to a JS string. So really, we're going to be casting that to a string. JS string. What do they want here? Oh, KV get options. KV get options. What are my options? Get kind. So it's get kind text. Hey, Perkin. Yes, Rust equals love. Yeah, absolutely. So this should be doing the same thing, right? Worker reloaded. Yes. So that works. Huh. There's our future, printing that out. Interesting. So it's really just the fact that they're doing the JSON bits? Sure. That's interesting. So wonder why that's the case. Then of course I have my crypto key stuff, which we'll get to next. But what is different then between your JSON parse and mine? Excuse me. It should be UTF-8 regardless. Rust strings are all UTF-8. Everything from the ground up for me is UTF-8. There shouldn't be any issue with that. So if I take this value and parse it, we're good. Anybody see anything? 'Cause I don't. The only difference is that parse. Value.toString UTF-8. That's the same thing. Node's default realm. Therefore, your object might not be the same as... Oh, interesting. So the object types are different? That seems odd. So this is an instance of might fail. I see. Yeah, oh, interesting. So with Rust, that's gonna be a big issue because they're doing checks all over the place for that. I see. Because when we pass a string across the border, it's bytes and it gets reconstructed. How do you set up these VM realms with this? I'm not familiar with VM realms in Node.js. How does that work? Does this mean that on Cloudflare that it's all running in the same realm? Problem is that the KV stuff is running in a different realm to your code. I see. Is that because it's simulating a network call? Like a like that's sandboxed over there. Just easier to implement. Oh, that's great. Let's load this up. Interesting. Put this in the REPL. You give me too much credit. You think I know what I'm doing? Um, Now, which REPL are you talking about? Like, come on. Like just a Node.js? Okay. All right. But in order to do that, we have to enable experimental VM modules, right? Okay. Oh, not needed for this? So require VM, KV get. Yep, obviously does a bit more. We create context for KV get. VM run in context, KV get instance of object context. If I run KV get instance of object on my and you'll get true. Oh, interesting. Huh. Oh wow. Wow. That is crazy. So it's actually a different object type. Like object is just different. Okay. Huh. So VM modules are a node thing? Create context, run a new context, is context, script. Huh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Um, so basically I have to pass all of the types that could be checked. So all of those base types have to get propagated across. The problem with that is it breaks object literals. You mind if I bring the chat on screen? Let's try this. So the difference between that one and this one. Why does that break object literals? Go for it. Okay. Got it. You don't do it because you don't want to break user code that relies on literals. Oh, yes. Wow. So make this chat a little bigger. Because in CTX2 we're using nodes object, not the VMs. Yeah. Oh, that is So I'm curious. Node.js create context. Options. Context object. It's object. Okay. Is optional returns options. Options. Name, origin, code generation, microtask. All right, man. Thank you for helping out on that. It's been very helpful. Thank you for MiniFlare. It's been pretty cool. Look up this stuff just a little bit. It's the context object there. That's neat. Wonder if I could check this on the Rust side then. So let's see. Let's come back here. So we're getting some JS value here, right? And let's see, what do we have on JS value? So JS value. I want the pointer. I want to know what the pointer is. I want this index. step into this a little bit more. So we go into the dine into as type, discast T is type of self as ref. And in this case, self. Interesting. So as ref, what is as ref going to do there? Yeah, that's calling the as ref. As value, as ref. Runs a reference to a JS value, self.js. Well, that's for closure. Here, this one. Now that just returns a reference to self. It's fine. Self instance of value. Performs a dynamic check to see whether the JS value provided is value of this type. All right. So in that case, let's look at JS cast for object. It's part of WASM bindgen. Issues. VM. 6 closed. So go back one instance of. Oh, no instances. Okay. Should probably just go search. I don't know, check out of this. Basically, what I'm looking for is the how it does the check. JSCast for that. Yes, that's for value to value. This is this going to be in the generated code? Oh, I gotta make the screen smaller a little bit. We're gonna let Rust Analyzer load for this. I imagine that the actual implementation of this is in generated code, so we're likely not to find it. Um, so here, if it is generated code though, this would point us to it. So JSCast for object, click on that. It's going to take us somewhere. An instance of 2458, 2458. So here, yeah. So it's going to be inside of the WASM bindgen code gen. All right. So where do we think that is? Where do we think that is? Let's explore WASM bindgen rates macro support. Some good options there. A hide rate channel points redeem? We can. We can. Let me see. How do I... Oh, I can click on manage rewards there. There it is. Add reward. I've never seen this screen before, so this is cool. They got some fun stuff in there. I'm gonna have to look at this some more. All right. Well, it should be there. I don't think I have to click save or anything. Macro? What's in the README here? Implementation of the WASM bindgen attribute. See the WASM bindgen documentation for more information about this macro. Okay. We're in the right place. Or we were in the right place. Braids. Macro. Source. lib. Oh, look at that. Print only, debug only print generated code. Huh. That could be cool. All right. We're going to jump into expand there. And what was it? That was WASM bindgen macro support expand. Parse macro, try to tokens. And the reason that we think that some of these values should be castable to object is because what? Because object impulse JSCast. So where's the JSCast implementation for this? Forgot to go back to the Twitch viewer thing. That's loading. Two minutes ago. All right. Now here's the program. What is this? We just create one. Huh. An abstract syntax tree representing a Rust program contains extra information for joining up this Rust code with JavaScript. Prior to tokens. Okay. And it must implement that, right? Whatever this trait is. So where is that implemented? Hmm. Not many. Okay. Here it is. Yeah. There's so much here. JSCast. Here we go. Hmm. Instance of shim, huh? We have this value. Okay. I think that's given us enough of a hint. Oh, where are we at here? An uncheck house? But that's a true. Interesting. Yeah, the idea is that I might be able to do an uncheck cast. So let's come back here. There is also so an object, we have a couple other traits. From array buffer. What does describe do? It's not what I wanted to see. Full WASM describe. Oh. Clicked on the wrong thing. Because I thought I had seen something before, which let us peek into the inner type. A trait for anything that can be converted into a type that can cross the WASM API directly. Oh, I see. Huh. That's not going to do it. Yes, value, if I spelled it correctly. I wonder if there's a different way we can do that check. Right? So JS value has this IDX, right? Where else do we reference that? Oh, interesting. From WASM API. Probably the index address of the value in the memory pool. So I don't know if you were here earlier, Museum, at the pointer, which makes sense. Um, but there's an issue with running mimeograph inside of mini flare. Okay. And it has to do with our little example. So we have a VM, right? Because minifiller is built on Node, right? And the way this is implemented is that some of the code gets actually contained inside of a VM. And the instance of object check is failing. Okay. So when we try to do a dine into, back to our code here, when we do the dine into, it fails, even though it's perfectly fine, right? Like, because the object type is different. So the VM and the host container have different instance IDs of object, I guess. Right? That's kind of what it looks like. So we can create a context that has an object in the kvget function. If we run this in that context, kvget instance of object, it's false. And this is the error we're getting, basically. If we run it outside that instance, we get true. So I'm wondering if there's any way that we, in Rust, suffering from being in this VM context, can alter the check or have a check that is basically the same. So what it's doing here, this dine into, we could create something else that does something very similar to this. I don't know how we can get the, I guess the other kind of, like what the object ID of the other one is. And is type ID implemented in a special way for these at all? I expect not. Like there's no way that, of course, it doesn't make sense. I wouldn't have two JavaScript object types. They would both have the same type ID. So just to go through this, dine into calls has type, some other stuff. Is type of. So if we had that reference for that other object, it's an object in the context. Yes. Yeah, kvget returns an object, and this object pointer, like the what is the correct term for that? The like the pointer to the base object type here is different than outside the context, right? So the definitions are different for these, or object and object. Because in this case, object type is wrong. In this case, it's the same. And if we pass in object, that solves it. That makes it true. However, it ends up failing for literal types. Literal object fails then. So basically this has type check is failing. So object is type of self as ref fails. Where is type of implemented for object? Is that on JSCast? No. Oh, here, yes. So basically, instance of is failing. But only for objects that were created on the other side of the barrier. Oh, oh, what a mess. Could ask for, we'd have a series of functions that give us those types. And then build up this system ourselves. So we check, is it this one or that one? Hey, Coding Garden. How you doing? This is crazy. Okay. Basically instance of. And what, so it's trying to find it. Instance of. Right? Wait, where is this? The name of the shim to check instance of for this type. Hey, thank you for that follow. Blue Arrow Red Bird. How you doing? Uh, oh, where'd it go? Instance of in multiple context frames for Windows. Different scopes have different execution environments. This means that they have different built-ins, different global object, different constructor, etc. This may result in unexpected results. For instance, array instance of windows.frames any array return false because array prototype, yeah, prototype chain comparison. Hmm. You can securely check. Oh, so we have to use these and do an unchecked cast? Really? So here, let's get rid of this. Back to object. They suggest using the prototype instead? Really? I I read that different. Here they're saying that the prototype does not match. Oh. Israel is on the prototype. Thank you. Here. But this is on JS value. Interesting. All right. So JS value is object. Oops. Let's go back. Let's try that out. Page not found. Or 4. We got false. Oh, it's a string. That, and we have to put this back. All right, save that. Okay. It's taking a little while. That works. All right. So, of course, this has to be different depending on the type that we're fetching, which means that we should probably move that up onto these traits. And what do we do for array buffer? There isn't like a is array buffer, is there? Like, what about is prototype of? No, see, this is where it fails because it's not in the other one's prototype chain. So we can't use his prototype of. Object constructor.name. Returns a function dot name. Node buffer is 7 is buffer. What would that return for these things? Yeah, we would definitely want to have like a debug versus production version of this. We could run all our tests and everything against the debug version. I don't care if that's slow, but then we basically strip all this out for production. Where was constructor? Constructor was off of array buffer. Deref to object. Oh, constructor is a function that returns a function. It's deref to object. Oh, results of value. That works for array, but not for object, right? So we could, yeah, so we could do that for array. Array buffers. Oh, interesting. I don't think array buffers are arrays. Yeah, so in this case here, let's just create a new array buffer. Let rbuff. Yeah. So basically to get we would have to check to see if it's an object. If it is an object, we can, okay. Because all of these are objects, and objects have constructors. So then we could use constructor name for the check. So gross. method. All right. Yeah. Just because I want to see the name. So if we come up with our own dine into that works, or yeah, dine into that works across, I don't know, what do they call these? VM, I don't know, execution contexts. Okay, constructor object. So we could do that. And then if we were fetching, oh, where's this getting called? This is getting called from pages, something, something, something. Here. So if we did JS string instead, yes, value. What theme am I using? We are using Challenger Deep. Yes. Let's do a to-do there. Yeah, I think if we spend a day or two getting these things wired out, wired up, wired out, whatever. Yeah. Constructor object. Oh, it's still an object, even though it's a string. Yeah, let's make sure that these are both string. Well, that and this value. Now we do have an is string, so we don't have to really check for that. We only have to check for some more complicated types. What was the other one? The other one was array buffer. We'd have different build modes for Miniflare and for Cloudflare. One which uses kind of half-checked stuff. Because here we're going to uncheck into an object, right? Just so that we can get the constructor name. But I think by just casting it into this object, its constructor is going to be object, right? It's oh, it's array buffer. Surprise, surprise. That's workable. Okay, we can do that. Okay. Well, we're going to need some other sort of checking for this. Source. Yeah, we're ensuring the variant, right? With the JS value is object. I just thought that it was going to always tell us the type, what the constructor's name was object. Stringly typed JavaScript. I'm gonna crawl under my desk and cry. Oh, I'll be back. Okay, we'll be back. Oh, I'm glad there's not a microphone down there. Get the tears away. This is kind of like a, what do they call this? A craft, a cry laugh. That's. I think we've got the name for this. If we make a crate out of this, it's going to be stringly typed. So you stringify? Oh, we were doing that before. All right, let's. All right, here's our new library. Cargo, new, lib, stringly typed. All right, stringly typed. Let's see why we couldn't use tests in this one. Probably want to. Now, how do we want to do this? We need something that tells us. Basically, we want to be able to implement that dine into, right? Dine into, dine ref, etc. It's kind of like we're doing our own little JS cast, but like JS stir cast, whatever it is. So dine into takes a T there and checks to see if self can be cast into that type, right? Now, itself would then have to be a JS value or a ref to a JS value. And then from there, we get all of the JS value. Well, we have access to all of these other functions, right? Like is bool, etc. We'll have to use those too. What else? I want it to be easy to convert our code base into this. Should we use the same trait name? Would that be easy for people to convert to? So we could basically just re-implement this. Make it a super trait of JSCast, yeah. And then we basically just implement instance of. Self that as ref. We'll give you the JS value is equal to self. What do we want to call this? JS string cast. Oh, that's so bad. Pub rate JS. I mean, it could be something else. It doesn't have to be exact. String type. Just right there on the nose. And then we have to impl this for all these other types, don't we? Here. JS cast via constructed name. Private. Oh, it's on WASM bind gen. My mistake. There we go. Add. Wait. Don't think we need anything on that. Okay. Yeah, on the note, yeah. What was the title? Now, we automatically get this constraint because we're extending that. Now, all of the default methods too. What else do we get? Ooh, dine into, diner. Okay, yes. So, yeah, a lot of these are actually backed by instance of. Okay. So in this case, instance of is actually is going to be like object or array buffer, right? Then we get the instance value, instance variable, not value, instance variable. I have to be able to check whether or not that is of that type. So we basically have to implement this our type for all of the types that we care about. Or can we, because we do have access to self, right? And self is going to be these different types, right? Object, etc. Um, but if something is not an object, when in JavaScript is something not an object? Even numbers are objects, booleans are objects. It's like dot constructor. Identifier starts immediately. Yes, I know. Strings numbers. They don't have constructors though. Right. Have a foo. It's a number. The other class type. Put a constructor. A name. So it's still. I mean, they're all still there. Like even if we did let bar is equal to true, and even functions, right? Functions are. Oh yes. Hey Bear Dude, how you doing? We are Um, so we're trying to get this working with mini flare, and we're having a little bit of a problem in that. Um, hey, my marmalade. In that is they load up code inside of this VM object, which you could think of as like an iframe, right? And when an object is created in one iframe and passed to the other iframe, the prototype chain is different. So Rust, when we do a dyn ref, or we try to cast from one type to the other, if we do an unchecked cast, it succeeds. If we do a checked cast, it fails because the prototype chains are different. So we're creating a new little crate that we are calling stringly typed, right? And yes, we are going to be comparing the, yeah, it it's just, it is what it is. Been good today. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We are, let's see, jizz value. Oh, we do need EJSS. There we go. This value is private. It is not private. Okay. So, how do we get access to this constructor? We could use reflect. It's extensible. All right. So we call get on something, and we should be able to get its constructor. And let's see, to do, make feature flag. Or that, let's see, it falls back to a unchecked cast. Okay. Oh, but how do we know what it is for self? We don't know what. Can we match self? Can we match on a type like that? Is what would we put in there, right? Oh, that was interesting. The actual error was that can't use self as a constructor. Things we're actually constructing it. Ooh, how much room is needed for fungi to grow? As much room as possible. So in this case, we might be able to use any. So if we get the type ID here, then we have a type ID, And how do we compare these? Partial equal, partial, okay. So we could, I mean, could we provide a default implementation for this? So if we didn't do that, and this was just extending that other trait, then we could impl string type for object, right? But in this case, we want to just implement that one element. So let's grab that again. And in this case, we would say JS value is object, right? We just do this for however many objects that we actually want to set up. But that breaks down. Hey, Mr. Bebot. Oh, let's take a look. Let's see. Instead of using mini for a CLI, you can use the mini for API. And pass nodes globals. Okay. Oh, interesting. Ah, yes. I'm going to start MJS instead of miniflare. Do you think this would have an issue with the literals like you were talking about before? 'Cause I'm uncertain whether or not Rust creates literals like that. So, and thank you. Yeah, how do I turn off? All right, we'll disable streamer mode for a moment. I get some dings now, a little ding ding. You don't think that'll be an issue? I wonder. Let's see. Do we ever? What is the equivalent in ours for that? Yeah, I see where you're going with that. That's cool. Because usually when you create one, I mean, what are those literals? How would they be represented in Rust? Because here is object, right? Well, let's try it. All right. It was on the other one. Got it. Let's see, dev cf. What do we want to call that? Run mini flare or something? Start. Okay. I'm going to snag that bit of code. Okay. Now let's grab our other flags here. Oh, the MJS. Thank you. Thank you. Here. There we go. So here's our arguments down here. How's the browser open? There we go. Using the CLI. Okay. So we want to use Wrangler ENV. How do we specify that? I think it's Wrangler. Oh, there we go. We have auto completion. Lovely. And that has to be passed in, right? Or was it? That was that's where'd it go? We had our little upload thing for there it is. I'm pretty I don't know. Like doing Node itself, I am not great at. I had little experience. So I'm a very good coder. Oh, why thank you. All right. Now, do we need anything else for that? I don't think so. All right. Oh, we do. We need the config path. Let's rename that. Let's say that those are Wrangler ENV. Oops. All right. And config. Okay. So we got the first two. Build command. Look at that. We can hard code this. Next, watch brew. Brew, guessing. String or Boolean. Great. Okay. And then env path. EV mini flare. Okay. And then if we wanted something like array buffer, right? And it wasn't included, we would just add it here. That's nice. Give it a sort. Okay. Well, let's try it. Oh, this here needs to be oop. Mr. Halsey, and then Wrangler. Oh, interesting. Okay. What is this list? Sandbox. So it really is just this set here. Got it. Okay. Let's change that and run it. So we might actually be able to revert our changes. Interesting. Happy little accident. Let's see. Just thank you. No such file directory. Oh, MJS. I got it. Ooh. What do we have? Experiment. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's bring that into our dev script. So this gets switched up with that. And toss that on there. Okay. Should be env. And this here is file. There. Okay. Oh, here we go. All right, we'll try that in just a moment. Unreachable. Oh, we hit the to do. Okay. We're gonna go back to, goodness, where was it? KV in here. Grab that. Okay, let's comment it out. Delete it. We'll just do a diff split. Let's get the original. Paste that up above it. Okay. Now you were saying I might not need this, so it'll infer it. Okay. What about the build command? Would it also infer that from the Wrangler config? Yeah, node build. It might. Okay. Restart it. There we go. Reload. Ah, unreachable. Let's go to... Okay, so far so good. These look good. Can omit those. All right. That looks good. Let's close that for now. Now, how is Rust getting invoked? So, call run. Wrangler ends up calling node build.js. Okay. Is our build.js, which we call WASM pack. Okay. So let's see, what are the options we can do for WASM pack? Build. So we could do a development build, release build, or profiling. Okay. Enable optimizations and debug info. So we want to do something else depending on the arguments for this, right? Now, is this the same setup where we get process.args, argv? One. Something like that. Okay. And then depending on that value, we we can do something different here. Oh, I want to program Rust here. But let's see. So we're going to do development unless production is passed in. So it's either that or we just, oh, you know what? We could just, okay. So just toss the mode on there. That's simple. It's not going to be right, is it? Because we end up calling, let's follow this through. We did this, which calls run mini flare. Run mini flare calls Wrangler. Wrangler. I was determined when you built the environment whether or not it's going to be dev, etc. Whatever, it's fine for now. At least it's there. Okay. And then Argo file has a lot of settings here. Okay, debug. We change this. Optimization level, we could set that to something more reasonable for this. The file will be much larger. Run it. Then we should be able to get a decent stack trace for where it's blowing up. Look at that. What? Argument development, which, oh, because it should be dev and not development. Create env. Change that. Put that one first. Okay. It's not going to load that up for me. It's going to be in mimeograph. Okay. There we go. It's like a silent room. Yes, it's how we like it. We're using an Audio Technica 2035. We're also using Crisp, some software that gets rid of any background noise. That also helps make it super quiet, along with some filters in OBS. So I just clip out some of the low noise. Time to pour some more water. Almost there. Let's see. Just gonna check on Starlink. There have been some odd outages today. Oh, and it built. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it restarted last night. What did? Oh, the router did. Huh, that's weird. All right. Haha, still. WASM function. Good old WASM function. We do nothing. Oh, it crashed. Wanted a better stack trace. This is dev. Huh. That's odd. So it's failing much earlier, and it's hitting something that says unreachable. Um, yeah, we've got a couple of those. There. What are these? That's documentation. Here. Ooh, who joined us? JT, ATV, welcome. So each and every one of those has some text that goes along with it. What about like a to do? Oh, that should give us a different error, right? Here, let's cause an error. Lib, right where we enter. Let's see what that does. Oh, come on. What is it checking? So at this point, we should enter right here at the fetch handler. It's almost there. WASM by Gen backend. You're back. No breakfast yet? Nope, not yet. Not yet. So close. Come on. Come on. Why did it do that? I wonder if we're gonna run into an issue with COC versus command line. How can I think without breakfast? Actually, when I don't eat, I tend to be a little bit more clear. After about like 30 hours or so, get a different sense of clarity. You go a lot longer than that, it gets hard. Why is this taking so long? Oh, I finished. Hallelujah. Oh, that's a bad sign. That's not a good sign. Yep. I also do intermittent fasting. Yes. Yeah, I don't do anything fancy though. I have a target weight, and if I go over it, I fast. I fast. That's just you know, which feels like fasting. Yeah, I have a large family, so for me it's hard to just say like, oh, I'm not eating that or that, or I'm only eating a small portion of such and such. I'm really weak that way. I really am. Um, it's so much easier for me to say like have a binary system where it's like food or no food. For whatever reason, it's just mentally just clicks. I can resist the calories if I'm not eating any of the calories. Yeah, I don't do the 14, 16 hour thing. I'll basically go 30, 30 hours. So basically from like today, I just won't eat anything. And tomorrow morning, breakfast is going to be the first thing I eat. So, impressive. It's lazy, right? It takes so much effort to go and grab a bite. What's hard for me is, get in the water. So that actually built. I'm concerned that it's going to rebuild as soon as I touch that failed. If I hit save here, yeah, it's got to do a whole cargo check again. No, 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 stop. Disable. There. What are we building? We are building mimeograph. Um, and it turns out for whatever reason, my cargo config isn't picking up the flags. Oh, oh. Ooh. No wonder. Okay. So we have two cargo config files. How do we make a config that's specific to an element in the package, to mimeograph? Because that should always compile to WASM. And right now, COC is compiling it to my machine, right, to x86. And the command line build that we do is compiling it to WASM. So they keep clearing each other. They're fighting. Let's fix that. So here we set the target. Now we could set that as complete. And that should keep COC from freaking out. Well, from undoing what we want. We want to have a cache here. There is a target thing? All right, let's go see. So we're in build. Profile. Registry source. Oh, target. Oh, that's for platform, right? Oh, a 10,000 foot introduction to WASM in like 3 sentences? Sure. Voltalk music. WASM is a standardized execution format that can be run inside of virtual machines designed to run WASM. So you can compile like Rust code, C code, all sorts of code down to WebAssembly, WASM, and then run it inside of Node.js, Chrome, Firefox, and then other things too. Because there's like like WASM time or WASMer. There's these other sorts of runtimes that you could run WebAssembly in. And then each of these runtimes, be it Node.js or Chrome or WASM time or WASMer, can provide different APIs to the WebAssembly. Sounds like a generic target. Yeah, it does. Is that how the Rust docs are able to run Rust cells? No, I don't think so. I think, wait, Rust docs run stuff? Like if we go to Gumdrop. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I want the little play button. Where's the play button? It's another one. All of them I'm thinking of right now aren't. Let's just pick one from the top. Here, this one. Oh, in the official Rustlang docs. Gotcha. You look at the very, very bottom of my screen. It actually links to the Rust playground. Yeah. So this isn't WebAssembly. This is actually run on a virtual machine. So a little VM got spun up, runs actual code, and spits the output. And then it shuts down. Boop. Yeah, when learning to use Rust, being able to give people examples of what you're having trouble with in the Rust playground is a fantastic, fantastic way to get help. Because you take some, some example, let's say that's it. And you grab the link to the playground, right? And then you just take that and toss it into Discord or forum or wherever. See, I'm afraid that this is going to have to churn through. Okay, I think we got it though. Give that, what, a minute? Okay, but for whatever reason, our, our builds are failing. And our stack traces are garbage. Here. Let's turn it all on. And again. Actually, that should have been okay. Come on. So, I got a new watch. It's so cheap. I love it. I love it. Here, while we're talking about this, you're trying to learn Rust in your free time. Get 2/3 of the way through the docs. Which community is amazing for learning? Great question, Hal. Great question. All right. That's not it. This here. They have this. So my Fitbit was dying, right? It water damage, etc., etc. And a buddy came through and he showed me this stuff. And I'm one of those people that I don't like to spend money. I just don't. And he showed me this. It's like $20 for something like this. Which is just amazing, right? It's maybe 1.5 millimeters larger than an Apple Watch, but it is stupid simple, right? It doesn't do all the fancy stuff, and I don't want it to. In fact, like I want like a dumb phone next. I'm tired of like technology chasing me around so much. And but it does do like the O2 sensor, stuff like that. And the screen is actually fantastic for $20. I'm surprised the resolution. See what on the blood oxygen sensor. Nope. It says I have to wear it. I've noticed that it does that sometimes. So run it again. I kind of want to try this one too. I don't care. 24/7 heart rate tracking. See, the one I currently have does like it'll check you every 5 minutes. Oh, all right. It's done. Yay. Okay, let's run it again. Still no stack traces. Come on. So way too esoteric for you? Huh. Yeah, for me, streaming actually helped a lot with this. So you have people that know Rust much better than I do that pop into chat. Can I answer the phone with a wrist clock? No. That's a good thing. Why would I? Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy here. And if I destroy it accidentally, if a tractor runs over it, smash it with a hammer. Oh, our tractor's an issue where I am. Um, I've broken things with a tractor. Let's just put it that way. Oh, there you go. That's funny. So the dev profile should have worked there. WASM pack. Oh, that's for WASM bindgen? Ah, here. Okay, I think it was in the wrong spot. There we go. Try it again. Should just be... That should have failed. Everything. Yeah. Oh, and thank you for the follows. Bolt Dog Music and Nords of Morrow. Nords of Morrow. That's cool. All right, let's see. So the build file, the build should be much larger now. Yes, that's more what we're expecting. 8 megs. Beautiful. Reload. No? Now we have stack traces. Fetch handler. Closure. Okay, which one is that? Oh, now we can go back to lib, bottom here. Get rid of that. A Morrowind fan. Very cool. No, I thought we had Better Panic. Where's Better Panic? That should have been in... Oh, that used to be in the Webpack config. I still have this because... Yes. So we have to enable the feature here. Mode normal. Target bundler, whatever. Just grab that. Let's go back to our build. This one? Here. Okay. Again. Have I been on the whole time? Sorry about that. How do we do the instance of? It's can't do instance of there. Oh, one more build. There we go. Yep, true and false. So that did not fix it. Object is there too. All right. For WASM bindings. Oh, thank you for the follow, Pseudo. Oh, I see. That's the config from the Wrangler WASM section. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to help us. Huh. Stringly typed. All right. So we could implement this for all of these types here. Or at least the ones we kind of care about for now. We're going to want map, some others. No, is there a better way to do that though? See, I was thinking that we could implement some like one implementation of this, like a default impl for instance of. Not seeing it though. Here, let's grab the list. Okay. So we got object. No, yep, object. Good. Which one next? For array. Let's start at the top. The JS value has an is array, doesn't it? Array is array. Fine. Boolean. Okay. That's going to be on JS value. Is it Boolean spelled out? Is object. Oh, that's interesting. How do you... Huh. So for Boolean, we might actually need to check the constructor. See, truthy is not what we want. Welcome back. It is. It is. The I think we have a better builds and running system now. But unfortunately it did not work. So even though we added these bindings, they didn't do it. We're gonna try stringly typed. Or string type. No. No. For checking this, we either say we could say give us this as a boolean. It's either true, false, or none. Because most of these, like is null just checks, right? Is undefined checks. Is symbol, is object. Right. And here it's just a get. Returns the bool value of this JS value if it's an instance of a boolean. Okay. As bool dot is sum. Not there is as F64. We're gonna have to have two different versions of this. I'm guessing this is cheaper. This is probably cheaper than getting the constructor's name. So C4 and its number string. Let's use string. Okay, is string. What? Oh, did we already do string? Oh, JS string. JS string. There we go. All right. This function. See this for function. Is null. Null's not in type though. Where'd string go? Sort. Did we already get rid of string? Oh, there it is. And function. List is getting smaller. We don't have big int. JSON? No, we don't need that. NAN. Yeah, it's a special const. Okay. And here we start to get into some of the extras. Oh, we could do symbol. Nelodev or Nilodev. Thank you. All right. So math promise proxy ranger. Did we get object? We did get object. Okay. Let's try to use this. Go into our KV section. Get rid of this. We're going to get rid of JSCast. Use string type. Okay. Really typed. It's going to be equal to path dot slash here. Yeah. Me muted? Never. Yes, thank you. So for some reason, his instance of isn't found. Okay, here it is, which really is just flipping this and saying, hey, give me a ref of that. Is fine. Oh, we have to flip this too. Where T is JSCast. Because they flipped this, they're going to be calling the wrong instance function. All right. Let's just work on dine into. Self has type. Right. Then we flip that. That's not going to work. See, the reason why is because when we call this function, right, providing this type, we end up calling this function on that type and passing ourselves as a reference into it. But here, the the type has already been determined, like the which function is being called. It's the function off of the JSCast implement, like a trait implementation for that type. I don't think we get to override that, do we? It's a pub trait. If we did import JSCast, right? This method here that we're actually calling, that's the one off of JSCast. We'd either have to disambiguate it, but in order to do that, we would have to have it on our type, which I guess it is there. Result as string type, like so. Colon. Oh yes, okay. Um, L.
Wait, what?
Oh, the plus and that on the left? Hmm. Which one is it? I use Vim Gutter and Fugitive. I think it's both of those. Oh, and Megalutin, we have dot files, and they're posted. So how far down this sort of rabbit hole can we go? Let's just do dine into. Building a module for Node. We are working on um, something that's called mimeograph and trying to get it to fit inside of this other project called um, Mini Flare. So trade implementations implemented. Yes, missing that one. So here we check to see if you have the type and we do the unchecked into. As type calls is type of. is type of. Check to see if self.instance of that. Where are we? We're on JS cast. Oh, that's right. Instance of doesn't take self. Well, I don't know how far I want to get with this. Basically, I have two different things working or in progress. Mr. Bebot is considering adding some more configs. Replace my fetch handler with this. Here, let's try this. How do we do that? X.js. Oops. Okay. Let's try that out. Saved. And our KV, we just butchered that. Okay. Can't assign or read property any kind of object. Next.js line 5. Huh. Just to see if it's even going to work. All right. Oh, it went further. Is instance of true. Yes, that worked. That did work. Oh, lovely. Oh, success. Thank you, Mr. Bebot. Thank you. All right, so if that does end up on properties somewhere, I'll look for that. It's a new change. I'll be watching for those change logs. Looks like we've got some other issues to kind of burn through. Let's see, what is this? CFR. JSON doesn't match schema, property alg. Oh. Yeah. Then. This won't work on Cloudflare as is. What do you mean? Oh, with the yeah. That's okay. That little bit there. Right. Yeah. Do one of those. Now this object, we basically have to do this for every element on object on env, right? There's a lot of those. And then remove NAM from run mini flare. Oh, sure. Yeah, that'll work better. Let's toss that in there. Okay. And then one mini flare. Yeah, that one's gone. The two crypto crates. So the next error though is this. And what's the algorithm for the HMAC crypto key schema? Where is that? JavaScript error. JSON doesn't match to that. We get that. That's in mimeograph source. Hash, maybe. are we doing here? Why? I was trying to import this auth algorithm and usages. Oh, but I think this one is a little bit different from the one that's available in Node. Didn't Ludwig talk about that? Crypto platform. Or okay. Web Crypto API differs significantly from Node's Crypto API. If you want to support JavaScript that relies on Node's Crypto API, you'll need to invest in translating it to Web Crypto primitives. Okay. Which means the opposite exists as well. I'm surprised that that worked just out the gate. Like, it called a function. Kind of worked. Crypto. Subtle generate key. Yeah. See, all of this exists. So what are we doing? We're importing a key. Crypto. Oh, look at this. Miniflare currently uses for its web crypto. Oh, so this is the one that's already there. Web crypto polyfill for Node.js. Oh, interesting. Oh, nice. Okay. Warning. All right. Cool. Well, if that's the case, what are we what do I have screwed up here? So what's supposed to happen? This algorithm. Okay, maybe where are we getting this? Where's auth? I think this is from this file. Okay, here's our local dev, whatever, auth key. Now, yeah, that this one it doesn't have whatever that was, ALG algorithm. It doesn't have ALG. We could just add it. I'm guessing the other one defaulted, right? Here, do they have an example? Invalid session cookie. Ah, no way. It thinks I have a session cookie. Beautiful. All right, let's deal with that here. 12. Storage. Gone. Reload. It's still invalid. F12 again. Storage. Session. All right. Yeah. Let's try that. What was it? Make. Generate key. See, the hash is that. Oh, I don't know. All right.
Ah,
Clean some of that up. AV. Get rid of that. Oh, Teddy, thank you for that follow. Usages, sign and verify. So let's work this backwards. What's going on? Set algorithm. Oh, that's a new object. That's the object. Oh, that's interesting. Let's look at MDN on this. What are we doing here? We are import. See also subtle crypto. Import. Format, data key, algorithm, extractable, key usages. Okay, we're currently passing this in because I think it's supposed to be HMAC. Then we pass in dictionary for that. And it wants name and hash. This is what we're building up here. Okay. So we're doing HMAC here. I don't see. Restarting mini flare? So quick. That's so nice. Okay, invalid session cookie. That looked like it did it. Oh, let me kill the current session cookie, as it looks like it's setting them. Which is good. Bus error. All right, one more time. Refresh. But didn't create it. Are you sure it's Shaw 512 as the algorithm? Yeah. Stars. Ooh, bus error. Fancy. Oh, we can consistently crash it. You take care, Mr. Rebot. All right, let's see. See, if we remove this, then it complains that it doesn't exist, right? Let's start back there. Okay. Listening. Run it. Oh, that's interesting. Still. Fancy. Okay. Now, a bit of readme here. If I did this in the browser, it should give me something a little bit different, because I wasn't using that cool thing. The library that Miniflare is using. Okay. Now we have auth key. All right. That looks it's all right. Oh, HS 512? Huh. That's different. Okay. Copy that. What is it? JQCR. We'll take this, drop this in the file. Okay. I'll try it again, because we might need to make that other piece of our API or our build process better. Close that. Reload. Oh, another one. Where do we think it gets to? I'm guessing it's in the crypto stuff. We didn't make any changes there. We sign. Oh, I wonder if it's this. Remember this? We had this unsafe bit in here. Like, oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. We'll see. All right. How far do we get? Oh, we don't even get to that point. Why? Let's go to index. This should be working. Got into WASM. Lib down here. Log. Welcome to WASM. Okay, then we can go through our different routes. Over, we want to go into pages. See if this is getting called. Okay. Because if it is, and it works, then we should enter render. Okay. Let's start there, because then we get into like session and cookie stuff and yada yada. We got to pages. Enter render. Okay, now there's only so many pieces in here. Session. Templates. What else do we got? CSP. The future. Close enough. There we go. I'm guessing it's the crypto stuff still. The future is now. Oh, CSP? What? What? CSP? That's why we do that, because that's unexpected. Oh. CSP empty. CSP full. Because here we're probably going into generate salt. All right. Greetings from Seattle. How are you, Pokeballs? All right, let's try it again. Reload. Full. Gen salt. Ah, look at that. The encoded data was not valid for encoding UTF-8. What? Wait, why did we get a different error this time? Where's our bus death? Why? Dan E. Boy 54. Thank you for the follow. All right. So, looks like, yes, we're going into the salt, right? Gen salt, CSP full. And this is failing. Get random values with. And Pokeballs, thank you for that follow. Huh. Get random value with UH array. So, random values. Where does this just not exist? Is this just a Cloud Flare special? Ah, there it was. It was at the top. Capture that. There we go. Yep. Okay. So we could either know that we are in one or the other. How do we know if that value exists, that function? I don't know if we can in Rust because we've said that the bindings exist, that it is. Well, WebSys crypto has get random values. Where were we? Here. Generate random values. Okay. Well, this one. Let's look at their issues. Gen random values. What if we search the repo? Yeah. Huh. How funny. Oh, get random. Okay, thank you. It looks like it's there. Okay. So it's off of crypto. So where? I want to use it this way. So why would this fail? Let's just make sure it's this line and not that one. You imagine if it was this line? That would be awkward. Very awkward. Oh, what? Wait, that's that. That had a message. The encoded data was not valid for encoding UTF-8. What? Base value from stir generates salt. So generate salt's calling. Hold on a sec. Here from stir. Oh, how's that supposed to work? No, we don't. We don't want to pass data back and forth as a string here. Just to double check, let's hit that again. Yeah. Let's look at this. 6291, huh? What is this? All right, let's. I think the only place where it was going to two string there was in the error handler. Not sure though. No, still. Maybe if you define password salt as uint8 array. It's no. The WASM bind gen should be doing the conversion for us, right? So here, it's a slice. And it's possible that, yes, maybe it wants like a vector or something else and not a U8 array. I mean, we could do an array buffer view, but I would like to avoid that. It's good to define the types. What would I define here? I mean, it's already this here is an array of U8. There's 8 of them. Wow, it's tiny, super small. But it should just be right there. So it appears as though the get random values with U8 array is doing so via string. We've been stumbling with errors in Rust regarding the type, not the value. Yeah, that's see, it's because of the encoding and for whatever reason generates salt. Generate salt is calling from stir, which is bad. Should not be calling from stir. You try this as a vector. Let's see, we're just trying to get to have salt, right? So now it's heap allocated instead of stack allocated. It's from a library. Yeah, it's not in our control. Still, how is that ever supposed to work? All right, let's go to the library that I think that we're wrapping. Here, this is the code for generate random values. So maybe we should make it a proper array buffer review. Fine. Array buffer. Open an issue saying that when I try to access your function via Rust and it breaks. I don't know. Because it's likely then an error in the bindgen code. All right, so here, let's password salt. Let's change this. This is going to be array buffer. And what is here? Yeah. Is she playing right now? Buffer, array buffer. Can I check the type of what the function is expecting for? Um, that's, well, the compiler does that, right? Um, and basically there are a couple functions which map to the same JavaScript function, right? This one and the one here both map to the same thing. You can see that the JS name here is get random values, both cases, right? So we're going to do this one instead, pass an array buffer view. I think this has to be a uint8 array first, and then we can get the view. What is the constructor on that? Uint8 array. New with length, that's what we want. 8. Okay. Then we can fill it. It's off by 1. The end index is not included. Okay, so nope, that's fine. Well, the compiler telling me the type which expect what? What is the compiler telling me the type? Oh yes. It was correct. We were passing the right type. Um it wanted a slice of U8s. And in this case, we're going to call this one get random values with array buffer view. Now, the type on this is going to be wrong because this function here, it wants JS's object. It wants a reference to an object. See, previously, wanted a mutable slice, right? That's it. Mutable slice of U8s. And that was easy. That's super easy in Rust, right? You could do that with vector, with an array, etc. But it was crashing for whatever reason. So let's try this one. And we tried it even with a vector, and still no dice. So stack allocated, heap allocated. Get random values with array buffer view. Now in this case, I'm going to look at the docs on this one because we're going to have to downcast whatever we have to an object. It is activated, otherwise the compiler would complain that the function doesn't exist. So, good check. Good check. Typed array, return value exceptions, usage, okay, example. You went to H array. Okay. And that's it? So we don't even have to fill it. Yeah, let's get rid of the fill. Okay. And they want it to be mutable, right? No, just a regular reference in this case. Because interior mutability. Thank you, JavaScript. All right. And then we'll just see whether or not it has some data. If it has data, we'll copy it out. Ah, have salt. Go figure. Okay, now that we have salt, question mark on there. Should be good. Now we have salt. But now we need to get the data out of that to vector. There we go. Now that's going to change this. Vector of U weights. That's going to propagate just a little bit. See? Admin and user. Okay. Looks like it built. Oh, wow. There it is. Done. The CSS is not correct. Yeah, because the rest of our content's not in there. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, that's a good long stream for me. What was the issue with crypto? Oh, hey, sorry, Mr. Bebot's following along, but missed that last little bit. How do I find WASM? I actually find WASM really nice. There's some gotchas, of course. The looseness of the types in JavaScript makes your Rust code a little messy. But generally it's really nice. Yeah. And you come back here. Let's see. So to recap here, the issue was we had been passing in a stack allocated U8 array, right? That was being passed in before, right? And there are two functions here. One that accepts an array buffer and the other that accepts a mutable reference to, well, basically a mutable slice of U8s. And so we just switched to this one as the other one didn't work. For whatever reason, somewhere in that stack it was trying to transport the data back via um, um, converting it to a string. But Rust is very Rust will always ensure that the strings are valid UTF-8 data. So the data that was coming back wasn't valid UTF-8, so it would bail. So that's what was happening. I don't know exactly why. Oh, you're the new maintainer of Twiggy. I've used Twiggy. You're looking forward to hearing it out. Oh, Twiggy. Oh, let's see. I I liked Twiggy. I think for me though, um, so so Nomad Pixel. This is cool. Um, it's doesn't work with WASM 32 WASI. Oh, interesting. Actually, I never had any issues with that. The issues that I had were being able to tell where the weight of the project was when when it's in release mode. Because for me, when I upload stuff to Cloudflare, I'll build it into and strip everything out of it. Like everything's gone. I only have 1 MB of space, like 1 MB compressed space that I can upload. So yeah, names get stripped out, everything's gone, right? And I mean, oh, you can fix that? Because if you can fix that, that is the biggest thing from making it useful for my pipeline, is that I don't know what's what. Yeah. And I've gone through um just commenting stuff out, basically trying to work backwards, doing uh was it WASM dis, right? And then being able to kind of work backwards from this, be able to get the like the method number and stuff like that, being able to look at like what's what, like, oh, this is doing such and such, and I think I know what function that might be, right? And that that's just that can be painful. That can be painful. It definitely slows you down when you're trying to size optimize it. Um, but generally, I like Twiggy. I think we can make it. I think we can be able to make it work with a stripped file and the symbols as additional input. Oh, that would be fantastic. That would be great. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So I've gone way too long today. So I'm gonna call it, y'all. Gonna see where we're ending up on this. Oh, we should clean this up first. We should clean this up first. Cool stream. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we got some changes that we made. We have a lot of logging that was added. We're gonna skip the logging. Correct that. That's logging. This, most of that. Hold on just a moment. All right. Minecraft issues. I am tech support for Minecraft. Okay. Yeah, let's get this cleaned up. So I don't want to lose any of this. That, I don't think. Yeah, we don't need to change this. We can just revert that. Hash. Okay, so mostly just build stuff, huh? Run mini flare. Okay, add that. Mini flare, yes. Add that. JS index. We're going to kick out that line though. Okay, what else? Oh, and there's more. That's fine. Okay. Revert that. It's gone. Gone. Okay.
Thousand back on. Get off the.
Are we still using this? I don't know that we're still using this. Oh, we are. We are. Absolutely are. Yes. Okay. And we should absolutely remove that directory. Okay. Because we don't want that committed. I was just using that as kind of a placeholder. Why does it still think that's there? That should be gone. Yeah, whatever. Okay. With that, and then the last one. Okay. Now, how do we import everything? That's a big one here. Import it all. Now, we need to. We've got pages. Right? These have to be uploaded into Miniflare. The problem is that these slashes here, or these dots need to become slashes, right, for the path.
What?
So, aloe. Good morning, and thank you for the follow. So, where are we going with this? We have this upload mini flare bit here, right? I was thinking, hey, let's do this over here, or we just pull this in. Right? And in this case, with the file, and we put it the path. However, the path is an argument. Maybe we could do the whole thing in here, do the conversion, all that. So list everything in pages, list everything in yada yada yada. How about the namespaces? Yeah, we'll have to include the namespaces in that information. All right. I think I got to save this for next time, y'all. But we've made huge progress, and great thanks to Mr. Bebot. Very appreciated. Mini Flare is working out really well so far. So, string. Let's see. Oh, Cub. Porting C++ to Rust. No viewer interaction? I want to see. What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh, which sign up to experience the best of Cub. Chat, follow, or subscribe.
Let's just try your room. I'm so what?
Let's use my other ID. It's interesting. Streaming on Twitch with no viewer interaction. I don't know if that's true.
How's the work? Oh wait, here I am.
I don't really have another option at the moment. But if you guys do have somebody you'd like to read, let me know. Let's see, we've got Provod, RWX Rob. That's Bash, though.
Lana, where are you?
And him. Gonna roll the mixer. Let's see. We're gonna raid Griffin. For now. That's Lua, so you gotta watch those ones and zeros. But well, thank you, Nomad Pixel. And let's see. It's still loading. Give me a sec, and we'll get the raid on. So, till next time, y'all. Bye-bye. Train, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.